Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Chris and I'm Chris.
Recording in progress.
Morning, Chairperson.
Morning, how are you?
I'm good, and how are you, Chair?
Good. Are we ready to start?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, we are.
Okay. Good morning, honorable members.
Morning.
Morning, Chair.
Morning, Chair. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Chairperson.
You are welcome to the meeting. Secretary, can we have an agenda? This is the agenda, honorable members. Maybe I must indicate that the Office of the Minister has requested that we start at 10:30 because she was deployed somewhere and she wanted to lead the presentation of the report. And we agreed to the request of the minister. We said she will come at 10:30, but we thought we start at 10 so that we deal with our own internal issues whilst waiting for the minister. I'm just giving a background of why the agenda is like this today. Can I get a mover for the adoption?
I move, Chair, for the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you, Honorable Makakula. Any seconder?
Chair.
Who second?
Hello.
Honorable Stolle, is that you?
I second it, Chair.
Honorable Stolle seconding. Is there an alternative view? Nothing. Thanks very much. Let's go to the third item, which is apologies.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning to the members and to our visitors as well. Chairperson, the only apology is the one for the minister that she will join us late at 10:30. The members that indicated that they will join us later also they've managed to join us, Chair. So it's only that one apology. Thank you.
Okay. Any other apology from?
There's a hand from Ms. Kihakilwe, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, members, as well as the officials and our support staff. Chair, I'm just apologizing that I'll be traveling. I'll be in a taxi. Our flight could not land in Kimberley. We are in Bloemfontein, and they are saying the situation is going to be the same almost the whole day. And if we remain in the flight and then they go back to...
Continue, Honorable Karakile.
If we can remain in the flight and then they try to go to Kimberley and it's not landing, they'll go back to Cape Town. So just to inform you, Chair, that I'll be in the meeting, but in a noisy area.
All right. But we hope you'll have an opportunity to engage. No problem. Honorable Stolle.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I will be in and out because I'm at the doctor now. So I think at 11:30 I will be out.
All right. I see Tembani.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. No, Chair, I just wanted to indicate that the Deputy Minister will also be joining at 10:30 when the Minister is joining, as per the advice when we spoke with the Minister's office. Thanks.
All right. They are not late. They will only be late. If they join after 10:30, it's only then that they will be regarded as having joined late. Those are the apologies. Honorable Stolle, lower your hand. Unless if it's a new one. Okay, thanks.
The old one, Honorable Chair.
All right, thanks. We are now on item 4.
The hand from Mr. Pool, Chair.
Oh, Honorable Pool. Meneer Pool. Honorable Pool. No, maybe he pressed this thing by mistake. On item 4, just to say, honorable members, that today we're going to receive the report on outstanding issues. You'll remember that we briefed the minister during our first meeting with her that there are outstanding issues that the office of the minister promised to report on. And all along we've been looking for a slot so that the minister can report to us. But it's only today that she managed to report. I know the weather is not fine today. It might affect our connectivity, especially for those who are in Gauteng. Honorable Kekhaikilo has also reported about the terrible weather. They couldn't even land because of the weather. So I just want us to be businesslike so that we release honorable members as early as possible. We're also going to consider our draft committee program, which must be submitted to the office of the chair immediately after this meeting. We'll also consider minutes. You'll remember that during our Wednesday's meeting, we were supposed to consider minutes, but because of the pressure of time, we couldn't. We were all rushing to the house. So we'll consider those minutes today. Having said that, let me allow the secretary to take us through the committee program.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to the members again. The program chairperson is now flattened on the screen, and it was circulated to members as well. So as from today is the last day in committee, we are going for a short recess. So we are coming back on the 22nd. So on the 23rd of April, we will be having our meeting when we will be considering the budget vote, the strat plans and the APPs of the department and entities. That will be the Friday, 23rd April and 25th of April. Then the following week, on the 7th of May, then the committee will consider its report. On the 14th of May, will be requesting the department and the NHBRC to present on the lifestyle audit of the inspectors as well as the issues of structural defects that were evident in our oversight visit to provinces. On Wednesday, 21, there is a provisionally debate on the budget for 23 of the Department of Human Settlements. That I will wait for the department to confirm. And also, Chair, I've been trying to get hold of Ms. Powell to present the proposed amendments to the PI Act. I also requested Mr. Poole to assist because I couldn't manage to get hold of her. So I've put that agenda item provisional for now up until I manage to get hold of her and confirm that she will be able to present to the committee. On the 4th of June, the committee will request the department to present on the progress and the challenges in the issuance of title deeds, and also on the issue on the accreditation of municipalities, and also to present the pre-1994 housing stock under the housing fund. And in 11 June, Chair, we will request the department to present the regulations on the Housing Consumer Act and the progress on the Human Settlements Bill, and also the progress on the finance, on the first home finance, the program that used to be FLISP. So we want to see if there are any challenges or people that are having debts are able to be assisted. Then on that Friday of 13 June, Chair, we are planning to have a visit on the Western Cape Garden Road site, a one-day visit. If there will be no plenary that day, then we can go and we can sleep over in George or Platin Bay Bayside and have the visit, one-day visit that side, Chair. And on the 18th of June, we will then follow up on our petitions, the Harankowa, Brede Valley, and Slovo Park. Then we will then request the department to present this fourth quarter report. And that on the last week, 23 to 27 of June, that will be our oversight visit to Northwest. And I also would like to remind the members that I'm still waiting for the projects that need to form part of the program to be forwarded to me so that we can start preparing. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much. There is the program, honorable members. Obviously, it is not cast in stone. If there's an emergency or something that we need to slot in, we'll have to make an application. Can we get your comments? Can I get your comments?
No comment.
Chair.
Who's that one? I don't see a hand. Please identify yourself. Oh, Honorable Mpiti.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. Sorry, I was just trying to find, I was trying to raise my hand. Good morning to honorable members, yourself, Chair. Chair, I just wanted to comment on the PMP by Honorable Powell. In our conversations with Sis K, we did ask for more time for that presentation because it's quite a lengthy submission. So I would just like that there be consideration in terms of time for that particular meeting, because I see it's 9 to 1. And this was a request by Ms. Powell, Sis K. I think you'll remember it via email. Thank you.
Can I respond, Chair? Hello, Chair. Am I audible?
Yes, you can respond, Secretary.
Okay. Mr. Mpiti, the reason why Mr. Powell requested an additional time, it was because it was 9 till 11 then. So now it's 9 till 1. So I think now it's covering up her request. Thanks.
And remember, I don't know how are we going to do it, because that portfolio committees are only, the time allocated to portfolio committees will only be in the morning, so that you give an opportunity for members to attend the sitting. Unless if we agree that on that day we'll start earlier, I don't know. But it's a Wednesday. If there's nothing, we can as well request to go up to 2, but we can't go beyond that. Wednesday's sitting start at 3, unless if something changes. I don't know whether Honorable Mpiti, you understand that.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. And yes, thank you, Siske, for that as well. I do see that it's 9 to 1, and I understand the obviously the pressures of the House on Wednesdays. But if possible, since it is on Zoom, Chair, through you, if we can just maybe request that we just maybe say 8:30, if that is possible, to allow honorable members as well to engage thoroughly with those submissions. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Stolle.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, I'm trying to check when they put this program in place. Did they check the sitting of the House? Because most of the time, you see, if on Wednesday the questions to different departments started at 3, and then I see that one from 16 to 18. It won't disturb that one if there is any sitting of Parliament. And the other issue, Honorable Chairperson, that I'm trying to check is the issue of municipalities that have visited us. If we can have a program that we visited those municipalities, especially in Sandton, because you see there's a lot of crisis in Sandton. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Okay. Honorable Ditebe. Honorable Ditebe. You are muted.
Chairperson, can you hear me?
Yes.
Chairperson, can you hear me? Yeah,
Yes.
sorry. I put my earbuds on so that I could speak. Anyway, I don't seem to be successful. So the Chairperson, 30 minutes can make a huge difference. I can understand what Honorable Mpiti is saying, but we must also be mindful not only of the starting time on, say, Wednesday and other factors that Honorable Ketamabala spoke about. When members leave their villages, some leave their villages by bus, so the 30 minutes can make a difference, as long as Honorable Mpiti is mindful of that, because at the very least, they could catch a 7:30 bus to be there at 9. and I'm quite aware that this particular meeting will be virtual, but if they are not, they are on the bus, they may be unable to participate fully. So we should also bear that in mind, but the logistics can be sorted out by the committee, just so that all these factors that I'm raising can be taken into account. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, that was the last hand. I think, Secretary, you will rework the times. There's a request that maybe on that day, because it's virtual, we can start at, if it's virtual, we can start at 8:30, like Honorable BT has requested. But be mindful that if members are having this meeting virtual at their villages, by 12:30, the latest, they must be able to be given an opportunity to get into the buses, unless if they leave and have these meetings now virtual in their offices in Parliament. I think take consideration of that. Also take consideration of what Honorable Ketamawala said. But usually when is a period for budget debates, we don't have sittings. If those days are identified for budget debates of departments, normally we don't have sittings, because some, I remember in the last one, some even started at 8 hours a day, because we'll be back. All those logistics, Secretary will have to look at them. Honorable Stolle, mute your mic, please. I think members are saying with those inputs, they agree to the program. If there's anything that needs the amendment of the program, we'll always follow the correct procedures, apply, and make sure that we are fine. I think even the office of the ministry, Honorable Khakilwe.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. With regard to the program, remember we had a failed meeting with the Human Rights Commission. I thought if they can also be included into one of the days of this term, even if it is not Wednesday. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that reminder. I think the Secretary is taking note of that. I think we are fine. I think honorable members will notice that somewhere we just said Zoom platform stroke physical. It will depend on what sometimes the office of the chair insists that we must be physical, because they think if we are always virtual, we're not coming, we're trying to run away from Parliament. So don't be surprised. The Secretariat will work on that one with the office of the House Chairperson. All right, Honorable Karakilo, is it a legacy hand? Thank you very much. Can I get a motion for the adoption of the program as discussed, with the understanding that it is not cast in stone? Honorable Karakilo.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to move for the adoption of the proposed program with amendments. Thank you.
Honorable Karakilo moves. Can I get a seconder?
A second, Chair.
Honorable Duterte seconds. Thanks very much. Even the office of the ministry, they notice, and if there's something that they would want us to take care of, they will communicate with the office of the secretary. Let's move to the next item, which is minutes, quickly. I know the minutes were sent to you last week. You were also reminded They were sent to you again this morning, just as a reminder. Can you fly net secretary? Secretary, can we fly the minutes? Secretary?
Hello, Chair, sorry. I didn't
Yes.
notice that I'm muted. All right.
Can you fly the minutes?
Minutes of 5 March, Chair.
Minutes of 5 March. Yeah, can we agenda, attendance, scroll up. There's the roll call who attended. Opening and welcome. That's on page 2, page 3. That is page 3, page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Now on page 8. And the meeting adjourned at 13 hours. Any amendment to the minutes? If there are no amendments, can I get a motion for the adoption of the minutes? Honorable Poole has a problem with unmuting his gadget. Honorable Garakilwe.
Chair, I move for the adoption of the minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any seconder? Can I get a seconder?
Second, Chair.
Honorable Dutebe, seconds. Let's get the second set of minutes. The next set of minutes, Secretary.
Okay, Chair. Can you see something, Chair? Okay.
I
Hello,
see the
Chair.
Minister has joined. Welcome,
Okay.
Honorable Minister. Minutes of the...
Thank you, Chair. Unmuting is a challenge, but I won't now. Thank you.
Hey, it seems everybody has a problem with unmuting. Thanks very much. Thanks very much. And good morning. I haven't seen the Deputy Minister as yet. Okay. Second set of minutes. Page 1. Minutes of the 19th March. Let's go to page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page 10, the meeting agenda at 13:40. Are there amendments to the minutes? Any amendment? If not, can I get a motion?
I move to adopt the agenda, Chairperson.
Thank you,
Minutes.
Honorable French. The minutes, Honorable Magagula.
Thank you, Chair. A second.
Honorable Frenchman moved. Honorable Magagula seconded. Minutes adopted. This is the last set, Secretary.
Yes, Chair. It is the last one.
Can we
For
move
today.
to the next item? Are we moving to the next item?
Yes, Chair.
Thanks very much. The next item is briefing by the Minister of Human Settlements on issues as listed there, George, NHBRC, and so on. Or before that, Honorable Tebe, followed by Honorable Mpiti. Honorable Ditebe.
Chairperson, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Chair, I'm just saying, while in principle we have not dealt with matters arising from the minutes, but could we just ask the Secretary to look at specific issues which need urgent actioning in all of the minutes, in the 2 sets of minutes that we adopted, so that we don't wait until time has elapsed or we've lost time to allow us to be able to then get an update on the issues raised issues raised in the minutes by members.
Okay.
Just an appeal there. Yeah, thanks.
I think the Secretary has noted that. Honorable Mpiti.
Noted, Chair.
Honorable Mpiti.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I just wanted to just maybe tap in where Honorable Poole had mentioned a while back about the presentations. Is it not possible, Chair, that we deal with the presentations one by one instead of them all being presented at once, so that we are thoroughly able to deal with issues? The reason why I'm making this suggestion is that, it's quite clear on account of time that we won't really be able to get all of our questions answered. And historically, what happens is that when presentations are done, some of our questions at the end are left. So I would really just like to appeal to you, Chair, that we deal with each presentation one by one and be able to ask our questions before we move on to the next one. Thank you, Chair.
Are you saying the Minister will report on the collapse of the George building? We ask questions. If we are done,
Chair.
We then request the Minister to continue to NHBRC, ask questions, and so on and so on.
Yes, Chair. I think it would give us proper ventilation of the issue so that we can also be satisfied as well.
All right. I think it's something we can consider. There's no problem. Honorable Ditebe, is it a legacy hand? Okay, thanks. Welcome, Honorable Minister. We got your apology and we agreed that we'll allow you time until you join us at 10:30. We just thought we start at 10 so that we deal with issues like minutes and adoption of the program of the committee. We were going to deal with them at a later stage, but we took this advantage to deal with them until you arrive. Thanks very much. You're welcome. I also got an apology that the Deputy Minister will join at 10:30. I don't know whether she has joined. I don't see her, but if she has joined, we also welcome the Deputy Minister. And I think the Minister, now you understand the issues.
Yes,
that we baptized you with in our first engagement with you. I know it's Friday, but let's see. Let's be businesslike and see how far can we go. We are in your hands, Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. And let me appreciate the opportunity given by the Portfolio Committee and the understanding at my request that I join the meeting at 10:30. Chair, with your guidance, good morning to everybody. Good morning to honorable members of the portfolio as well. I'm joined, as you possibly would have noted at the beginning, the Deputy Minister has joined as well. My advisor, Advocate Mokatla, is here, and the team of administration. I'm going to follow your cue, Chair, and go straight as the agenda dictates that we discuss the George collapse building. Chair, you have correctly indicated that in my first encounter and the baptism of fire by the portfolio, the matter was raised together with entities. Let me start by saying, Chair, the report by the board was concluded, by the council was concluded and submitted to the ministry on the 26th of March, just some couple of days ago, which gave us a full understanding of what transpired together, the pre and the post investigation. Relatively very well detailed report, shy of about 300 pages. It's around 250 pages, which detail almost everything with regard to the George building. And I'm going to summarize, Chair, giving essence, but of course, as honorable members had indicated, they may want to pose a question there and then, maybe that will also assist. in elaborating the matter further. Chair, this is a very, very sad report, I must indicate. It's a report which indicates a failure of our systems at the NHBRC, particularly one with ensuring that the mandatory requirements, prior registration, and guarantees that are needed for an enrollment of a building process and procedures are followed. There were a lapse of enrollment requirements which were overlooked by our internal staff at the council. Something like, for example, attachment of enrollment certificates, which needs to happen before the building or any building can commence, and that happened later. In some instances, such enrollment was completed at the initial stage 8 days after the construction had started. And then there was a lapse as well with regard to the structural engineering and drawings and the details, which were not fully disclosed as they should have been. And it was our lapse as well internally. We also had missing detailed material information with regard to the construction. But nonetheless, instead of the process being halted for it to be followed, construction happened. And there were processes, for example, of the structural design, which are regulated as a sense 100 and 101, were also not done. And the submission was therefore not complete. That is overall. We also missed, during the implementation of the project, the key areas of oversight by NHBRC, where business as in council is supposed to go like any other building that is under construction, but particularly of the size, because it already did not comply properly at the registration. We didn't comply at oversight. We also did not comply adequately post the accident or the incident that happened, in terms of ensuring that all the standards of building necessities are adhered to. Then, Chair, at the evaluation of all the three, that is pre-registration, missing the key important oversight issues, but also post the board, which is the former board, assessed the situation and correctly appointed for the investigation, and took decision at the preliminary investigation that they had made in relation to the action that the CEO was supposed to take. Now, I'm not sure, Chair, whether I must go to the CEO, because this is relatively linked into the issue, but I will take that liberty. We'll separate them if we discuss. So this led to the CEO of the council, NHBRC, being suspended. And key was that the CEO, upon all these challenges of the collapse of the building, lacked agency in dealing with the matters arising from the collapse of the George building. And two, the CEO was then mandated by the council to put certain officials, as I had said, there were lapses. These lapses are in systems, and there are people who are responsible to do various and are paid on a monthly basis to do and perform various responsibilities. But nonetheless, they didn't do. And the council instructed that people be put on precautionary suspension, but the CEO just placed them on special leave and council wasn't happy that this is not a special leave, but this was not an instruction. The instruction was precautionary suspension so that the investigation could be very much be given a fair chance, but also could be dealt with. Of course, there is a responsibility directly that the CEO, which is the third part, that the CEO carries, particularly of two executive managers, namely Craig Makapela and Miss Millicent Kabe, who were on probation when their performance was unsatisfactory. And the council also felt that this was not handled properly by the CEO. And currently, Chair, the council is in the process of charging the CEO and is instituting a disciplinary inquiry in relation to that. Let me stop here, Chair, with your guidance, and this relates to the George building. I know, as I indicated, I did say that I'm trying to summarize 250 pages of a report. I'm not sure if I've summarized fairly enough, but honorable members will guide maybe with questions, or that I get into a bit of a detail in relation to the violations themselves. Chair, back to you for guidance. Chairperson, colleagues, am I still in the meeting?
Yes, you are.
Yes,
Minister.
you are audible.
Oh, okay.
You are audible, Minister.
I was
Yes.
There's
Because-
this
All
guy
right.
just, I don't know what's the problem. We struggle to unmute, but thanks very much. Honorable members, there is a summarized report on the summarized report on the first sub-item.
Take the next right, then turn right.
I see Honorable Mpiti, Honorable Sakina. Please follow each other like that.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you to the Honorable Minister for this particular report. And I must agree that this is indeed a very tragic report for the 34 people who lost their lives during this particular collapse of the building. Firstly, I want to welcome the department's steps in suspending the CEO or placing him on leave. But the one point that I just wanted to just clarify, and it's only one question, Chair, is in the report, we are told that the CEO misled the council by stating that he had placed the officials on special leave instead of precautionary suspension. Can we just maybe have more detail from the minister in regards to that particular sentence? When you say misled, can you just elaborate further to what exactly was the misleading part? What did the CEO actually say? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning to all present. Good morning, Minister and Deputy Minister. Chairperson, I would like to know what actions was taken against the construction company. Have they received any other contracts? Has there been criminal charges laid against everyone involved? Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay, Honorable Stole, followed by Honorable Kakile, Honorable Gamede, Honorable Ditebe, Honorable Magagula, in that order.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, thank you for the report from the Minister. But I'm worried, Honorable Chairperson, because I'm trying to check the consequence management that have been taken by two officials who were involved in those constructions, and even the contractors. What happened to the contractors that were involved in that one? And And the structural evaluation before it was actually constructed, have they done any structural evaluation on that one? Because it seems that there is, even our evaluators or even our officials who were involved in that construction, they're supposed to see, because what happened in George, it did happen in Gauteng, in N1, because there is no actually monitoring system that is in place for these constructions of our properties and our buildings and the roads. So now I'm trying to check our entities that are dealing with that one. What consequence management has been taken to them, and the officers that were involved, even to the contractors that were involved in that, because if that one can be actually clarified, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Chair, can I talk?
Follow each other.
Continue.
Please. Honorable Kakile, followed by Honorable Kamede, followed by
Okay.
Honorable Ebe, followed by Honorable Makagula, followed by Honorable Abada.
Thank you, Chair. And let me greet the Minister and the Deputy Minister. And thank you, Minister, for that informative presentation. But what we wanted to know was the role of the NHRBC. But from the report, it's clear that they did not play any role, nothing was done. So is there anything recommended from the 200 and something pages report as to what it's supposed to be done, especially to the NHRBC? What is the door of
Honorable mute. Honorable Stolle, mute. Continue, Honorable.
I just wanted to know if there is anything under the recommendations of the report, because I think all the reports, they are supposed to have the recommendation. What is to be done by the employees who fail to do their job from the NHBRC? And then secondly, the issue of the CEO and the board and whatever, it's like there is no, the truth is not there, because we don't know when the board, the council instructed the CEO and how long did it take. It's just a summarized thing, but I don't want us to dwell in that. The most important thing is for the report. And Minister, now from where I am sitting, I just want to know exactly what happened or what caused the collapse. Because from the report we received, it's like the or the poor oversight by NHBRC is the cause of that. But we want to know what is the cause, the actual cause from the technical side. That is all that I wanted to ask. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Greetings to members of the committee, and also greetings to the minister, the deputy minister, and also the team from the Department of Human Settlements. My chairperson, I'm not going to repeat what my fellow colleagues have already asked about the collapse of the building, but let me just shoot straight, because I think, chairperson, we've especially after our last week oversight visit, we picked up that no, there is a serious problem with regards to the appointment of the CFO acting on the critical accounting positions like CFO, CEOs, and also the HOT positions, and also in those accounting positions is also persistently hindering our workflow and undermining ability to deliver services to our people. Minister, what concrete measures can the department take to address these issues and also ensuring stability in these key roles and also restore efficient service delivery to our people? Thanks, Chairperson.
Chairperson, may I proceed?
Yes, please.
Okay, Chair, thank you very much. Greetings to the Minister, Deputy Minister, yourself, Chair, once again, colleagues, all officials on the platform. Chair, I'm in a public place here. I'm at the airport. I hope it's not too noisy. Chair, I'd like to know, just adding to the questions that colleagues have already asked, currently, what is the position of the CEO? Are there any disciplinary processes that are being undertaken? When do we expect those to be concluded? And with regards to the role of the municipality where the building collapsed, what role was placed, or rather played by the municipality with regards to ensuring that they collaborated with the NHBRC, given the fact that the building is within the jurisdictional area of the municipality? Yeah, and so I think those are the two questions, Chairperson, that I would like to ask. The last one, of course, relates to criminal litigation. Who has been criminally charged, if at all, after this tragic loss of lives of people? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Angazi noma kulandela mina.
Yes, it's
May the next.
Yebo.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you for the presentation, Minister. Chair, I think on my understanding is that when a building or any structure is supposed to be constructed, you submit a building plan to the municipality. So I just want to check if the plan was submitted to the council and approved by the council. Number two, what was the role of the municipality in the whole cost? Because if a construction is in a certain municipality, the municipality has to have a role to play. And I don't see any role which municipality has played here, but and also was the building inspectors on board in terms of inspecting each and every phase of the building. Thank you, Chair.
Can I speak?
Yes, please.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Minister, Deputy Minister, all protocols observed, and my fellow colleagues. You know, it's 11 months since this collapse, and 1 year later, we have no accountability, no proper reports, nothing from NHBRC. No confirmation of assistance to victims or affected families, no assurance that similar enrollment failures have been audited across the projects. There's no indication from NHBRC taking accountability beyond suspending the CEO. There's no update on whether the home builder has been penalized or deregistered. Now, you know, this is a major problem for all of this. So I think what we need here is some direct answers. How is NHBRC taking accountability for this? The questions have been asked, they are out there, and we cannot just a year later not have any concrete information with regards to this that we can go back and how are we going to prevent this from ever happening again? And like Honorable Sitioli said, this is not the first building in George, you know, it's been other buildings as well. But my point is, how do we prevent this from, this should not have happened in the first place, but how are we going to prevent it from happening again? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for the questions. Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The struggle was still on. But I'm back. Chair, allow me to respond maybe in the order of the, no questions themselves, but in the order of the process, because ultimately it responds relatively to all the questions. Chair, I alluded firstly that there were home builder certification irregularities, and this relates to Honorable Makakula's questions, understanding, which her understanding is very correct. For example, when the building was, that is both at the municipal level and at NHBRC, there was no compliance. The building was only listed in paper as a single-story building, not a complex project, which is a multi-story building. Meaning the system, both in our side as in the council and in the municipality, are vetted some, because you ordinarily to approve a one-story building and a multi-story building, you will know the intricacies are different, and the financials which needs to be attached to a multi-story are different. So there were two key glaring inconsistencies and the processes which were vetted by NHBRC. By registering a single story, Lientel confesses, Mr. Kruger confesses that that was done because they did not have enough money to register. So which means we actually did not provide our own assurance.
Is on my man. Oh, you're the
Secretary, can you mute?
Thank you, Chair. So that's the first among glaring first things of irregularities. Us at NHBRC not following the processes to the latter in terms of registration of the building. And it goes to an extent of listing, and as I continue, I will tell honorable members who of our officials did not deal properly with the technical and the financial registration of this Neo Victoria 75th project. And then we had the third part of the enrollment procedure, which is a sectional title enrollment. It's called ST003, which was also processed by NHBRC. Now in paper, it looks multi-story, but the process of securing it was not properly. As I said, it was registered as a single story. So Ms. Suhan Mart, I hope I'm pronouncing her name correctly, is our employee at the council. The finding is that she failed to review all the necessary documentation, which were submitted by Liatel, represented by Mr. Kruger, to ensure that all the sectional work and the titling and the enrollment is correct. Suhan Mat reports to Mr. Vak of NHBRC, so Mr. Vani, not Vak. At first it was written incorrectly. It's Mr. Vani, who also let the system down and not following the processes of verification. So in application, it means Ms. Mat captures, Mr. Vani approves, or at least recommends. So it means he has to go through all the paperwork and see that first step has initially been complied with. And this was also overlooked. What we have picked up as part of what the recommendation says is that our subsystem, which is our technical system, which is used to approve buildings at the NHBRC, also needs to be improved. For example, Chair, if step 1 of MART was not properly done, it means the form or the system shouldn't allow it to go to the next person for approval, because it means you have not ticked all the correct boxes. But our system does. And one honorable member said, what would you do to improve that or to ensure that this does not happen in future? This system has been flagged and it needs to be dealt with so that it locks. Your application can only go to phase 2 once phase 1 has been thoroughly complied with and verified. And the person responsible for this enrollment in the system itself is Miss Faith Nyakat. The second problem with the system is that Faith, according to the investigation, was on leave, but the person who approved was able to use Faith's login details and continue the process when Faith is on leave, which means the reason why you are having even a separate identified PIN for each and every employee is to avoid such things, but the system is not being followed to the latter. They exchange the other person can know the login details of the other. There are system failures, and it was proven that a leave was approved, and it's one of the things in terms of the verification and the approval system that the system has picked up, or the investigation has picked up, that it needs to be improved. Now we go into Mr. Shamil Alexandra, who's also an NHBRC employee. I'm raising all this, Chair, and you will see as I raise them, it deals with some of the questions that honorable members have asked. Mr. Shamil is hired as a customer service consultant, you know, but is improperly part of the grant system that is used to access and have role delegations, which means our organogram and how the structures at the council and the offices needs to be looked into, and the access to roles needs to be dealt with. I indicated there was a late enrollment. I now want to be specific that the commencement of the building started on the 3rd of July 2023. But the enrollment was completed 8 to 15 days after the building has commenced, which means there is a finding also against Mr. Kruger of Leatel and our officials whom I have mentioned on top, but including Ms. Sinazontak, who was supposed to be dealing with the oversight of the building. Remember, you must go to site even before the foundation is dug, before the workers report, before site. Then you must check the establishment of site and all those before even digging happens. Ms. Ntaga was responsible for that, and there were regular lapses, as I indicated, in the system. I did touch on the phased regulations which dealt with the financial resources which they didn't meet, and Mr. Kruger accepted to that. And I will indicate later on what is happening, because honorable members have asked with regard to the questions. The system also picked up that our GPS system at NHBRC is outdated, because at the assessment of the reports, both from Ms. Ntaka and Mr. Vani, there are inconsistencies. But this may also mean, as the report indicates, that because there were lapses after the collapse of the building, our officials might have tried to re-engineer, for a lack of a better word, the inspection record, so that they close the gap that they didn't inspect, but it is showing. But for the fact that the system can be able to allow such, it also indicates that our technological improvements, IT improvements, are necessary. There wasn't much found with regard to the material that is used. For example, there were concrete tests that they were done. Here, the indication is that the material used was of quality, but the processes and the systems and the structural designs are what would have led to the collapse of a building. Because remember, if you start planning it as a single phase and then you multi it to a phase, it means your pillars and everything needs to be strengthened in a way that is suitable for a double or a multi-story building. And it shows that there were inconsistencies. That is why they filled the first form, which was single story, and they started, but then they did a second fill up of a multi-story, completing a form called AR003. And at inspection, when they start the multi-story part, it shows on our records that we bypass quite a bit, particularly in terms of assessing Leatel with regard to their technical assessment, if they can manage this type of a job. Now, Chair, let me gallop to, because I think members now get a picture, let me gallop to consequence management. And if members feel I jumped too much, they will obviously, again, on their questions, ask. I think I've mixed my pages now. Just a second, Chair. So I've charged on late enrollment. I want to go to disciplinary quickly. Okay, I got it, Chair. When it gets to, and I'm jumping, honorable members, there's quite a lot of assessment. You will know that there's Department of Labor in terms of occupational health violations, which are there, but I will jump them for now. There's a competency for the technical, which is done by Department of Labor. I just touched on the Bureau of Standards, which came to just to check the quality of the work. I've spoken into this. So we are saying, Ms. Ntaka, Mr. Vani, Ms. Suhan Mart must face disciplinary action. And this takes us to the very same question. What did I mean, including the CEO? What did I mean when I was explaining special leave and precautionary suspension? Now, at the collapse of the building, the board met. I mean, it's logical. It was an emergency. Everybody had to heighten up. And the board's instruction was, place everyone who had to do with the building, from enrollment to oversight, under precautionary suspension, so that the investigation can be fully undertaken. And the CEO received that instruction from the council, but he did not follow. That is an allegation. Hence, he's being charged. It's still to be proven. But the records say he did not put precautionary suspension, but rather placed the employees on special leave, which is not what the board or the council has instructed him to do. All the issues which were found to be misnomers of Leatel were sent to SAPS for them to conclude their part of the investigations, and the charges will proceed from there. I hope I was helpful, Chair, to honorable members with regard to the questions that they've had. I'm not sure if I missed. Or the honorable member spoke about the council approval. As I indicated, remember, the assessment of the submission to NHBRC needs to be having been fulfilled fully into the municipality. There are inconsistencies. It indicates that was not fully done because it was a single story, and its movement into a multi-story also means you are altering with the plan, and it needs to go back to the municipality. And the measures to ensure that we are better off and this doesn't happen again, I've articulated them technically: improvement of our standard operation procedure right up to the approval processes. So the real cause of collapse, colleagues, is articulated in the report as processes that were not followed in terms of the proper registration of the building, and to ensure that the structure of a single story to multiple story is desirably, has a strength of carrying that building. And I mean, that's what literally would have then led into the collapse. It means the strength of the building. There's a portion which talks that already there were cracks, which mean at the ground, which means the ground and the building was too strong and not supplemented in terms of pillars very well, and ultimately it collapsed and we lost 34 lives. I think that's where I can stop, Chair and honorable members, and thank you for the questions.
Thank you, Minister. The Minister tried to deal with our questions. Honorable Frenchman.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just have a question of clarity, Chairperson. The Minister spoke of, mostly the officials. I still need to know about what happened to the contractor itself. Has he received any other contracts in George still after this happening? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. I don't want to guess. The investigation didn't get into that stage. I can commit, Chair, to go and check it. From our side, if he is Leatel on any side, even if it was prior approved before the George building, I have not had sight of that in our report, the report that I had. Suffice to say that this is a criminal investigation now, having been referred to SAPS. But I think I get the importance of the question, and I will attend to it speedily and update Secretariat in terms of the response thereof. Thank you, Chair.
So in summary, Minister, you are saying the contractor did not follow the building regulations. The contractor tried to cut corners. However, NHBRC could not assist even when the contractor tried to cut corners. Is that our understanding?
Understanding is so precise, Chair. The contractor cut corners. Our system enabled him to cut corners by not following our standard operating procedure. and even approving without the fulfillment of all the necessary attachments that needed to be done. And not only is the contractor referred to SAPS, some of our officials, I think both Vani and Ntaka, were referred to a criminal investigation as well to SAPS. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Ditabe.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Thanks to the Minister for the response. I would imagine, Chairperson, with the Minister having prefaced her remarks with an expression of deep sorrow and regret at the loss of the 34 lives, and all of us share that sentiment. In respect of the contractor, preliminarily, I would imagine that two things would be done. First of all, I am not suggesting that it is within the remit of the Minister to prosecute the contractor. The National Prosecuting Authority, certainly, if there are any criminal charges preferred against the contractor, would be the most competent body to do that, of course, working with the police. Now, just from a regulatory point of view and protecting, lives and even potential occupants, tenants of buildings that would otherwise have been built by this particular contractor, who clearly, in a premeditated fashion, decided to withhold information about the structural framework of that particular building. Wouldn't it make sense, therefore, given the fact that 34 lives were lost, to then consider beyond just contemplating criminal litigation against the contractor, consider blacklisting that contractor until such time that an investigation has been effected? While I understand that there are these measures that are being taken, disciplinary measures which may include against employees of the NHBRC, may include criminal litigation, why would we seem almost nonchalant about the role of the contractor, one from from criminal litigation, or in respect of criminal litigation, and possible blacklisting, even if it's in the interim, because of the gravity of the calamity that befell those employees who were working there, when the contractor ought to have known that this was supposed to be registered as a double-story building or something, or multiple-story building, and yet chose to not do that, and in fact, contrive something else. So I'd like to hear from the Minister, because certainly if we should visit upon employees of the NHBRC, these steps, why then should we leave the other? It's something I think that is straightforward. I haven't heard the Minister say in the report, was there anything I may have missed that? Was there anything role, omission, commission, as Honorable Frenchman said, by the municipality, presentation of plans, etc. The municipality, apart from the regulatory body, themselves would have known and would have recognized if there was something remiss in that particular regard. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tebe and Honorable Frenchman. I think, Chair, as I indicated earlier, It's one area that possibly we may guide the council to look into. There are only two areas which in the report refers to Leatel. And they talk to one, them being referred for criminal investigation to SAPS for misrepresentation, and obviously failing to declare the late processes that they did. And secondly, culpable homicide for the loss of lives of the 34. It does not, as I indicated to Honorable Frenchman, look into further activities of the same contractor. I mean, even if it's not only a George, it's a province, you may never know. You may find that in the next town, which is under another local municipality, you may still find the same, and we have got one NHBRC. So in my note, Chair, I take that as what I think we need to process agently and correctly. In the list that they have put on the file, that is multiple story buildings, which are in under George, there isn't a show of Leatel. But in the introduction, there was a stage where Leatel changed names or was trading under a different name or whatever. So one may want to go and thoroughly check. That is why in my initial response, I said, I don't want to say to members yes or no when I'm not really certain, because I want to give you certain information. So I see as Chair the list, but that does not include the Leatel. But I want to be convinced when I respond to members that I, to the best of my ability, have also done due diligence, which could suggest that there isn't or there is. And obviously one Chair can then, at the conclusion of this sitting, can also, as part of my comments to the council, because as I indicated, I only received this report last week, Chairperson, and had to go through it to make sure that I'm fully conversant with it and understand the matters at hand. One may then also look into what process does the law allow us to blacklist? Can we do that? Have we done that? But I do take the input of honorable members that we can't leave the matters to be as business as usual for our employees, Leatel, and our systems. Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if this suffices, but I can really revert back to Secretariat in writing, Chair, on what action one would take immediately after this sitting in ensuring that we close the gap of what the honorable members have raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I think it suffices. Let us move to the next point. Honorable Ditebe, are you still on that point? Or is it a legacy hand?
Chairperson, yeah, just the last one, please. Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Chair, I know it's not necessarily the preference of the minister or maybe the department. I do think, Chairperson, that if we have an allegation as serious against the contractor as, you know, that of misleading, not providing all the accurate information as to the nature of the structure that was under construction. That was intentional, that was premeditated, which then brings me to this point, Chair, that while indeed it should be left to the law enforcement authorities to characterize what happened as either culpable homicide based on evidence at their disposal, or even murder, you know. I mean, why should we, from the very beginning, characterize it as culpable homicide? Because it suggests something that was not intentionally done. If we were to have an earthquake and a structure that was quality assured and certified by NHBRC to be such or of such integrity that under normal circumstances it would not have collapsed, then you could speak of culpable homicide. But I am suggesting, Chair, that one, because also of the uncertainty that this company, whatever new name it may have assumed, that it is still operating, we need to follow that up, because CIPC records will most certainly, on the basis of the director or directors' IDs, etc., and the nature of business, because the CIPC does ask you what principal business of what is the principal business of the company. So we certainly need to follow that up, Chair. So I'm just saying, you know, the minister may or may not choose to respond, but I'm saying, Chair, that it, for me, cannot just be a matter of culpable homicide, that as if what happened was, you know, an act of God or something that was unexpected or something like that. Clearly, the contractor set the scene for this eventuality by cheating the system, as it were. So I'm just making that comment in conclusion. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Do you want to take a bite, Minister?
Well, yes, Chair, thank you very much. You know, one point which I didn't emphasize was the poor lack of cooperation, in fact, of the municipality. Because I think I'll be shortchanging shame the work of the investigator and counsel in this instance. And if I were in my submission, which I'm promising to make, Chair, I can even recommend that the portfolio committee must meet with George municipality. There was a difficulty even in terms of time lapse of what they had to work with in terms of the availability of the information from the municipality side. And one yes accepts the conclusion that says a building moves from this area to the other, NHBRC records a completed business plan, but a completed drawing. But obviously, if it's not completed, it's even registered half on our side. It means it will be half on the other side as well, you know. And there is no clear indication and submission by the municipality in terms of the plans. Suffice for the only original plan which is attached on the file. And I think I made it on my notes, but I have omitted to mention it. So there's quite a bit. One who, if you look, some types of trade secrets and relationships in financial, commercial, and all with regard to the various buildings, which even convinced the board to take our own staff for lifestyle audits and all that. But those are issues which I didn't think I will mention them because the board is dealing with them directly. But I think there was a bad spirit from how the George municipality handled the issues, and it sort of stifled all of what could then pin down later and ensure that we get into the bottom of this. Yes, I take Honorable Tebe's point. Actually, it needs to be legally tested, because if you subvert some of the processes deliberately, and this leads to a calamity, I mean, there was a deliberate intent. It's unlike an accident here, but obviously we'll check what do the legal advice SA. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Maybe the last question on this one from my side. Who was conducting the investigation? Is it the department?
No, Chair. The council hired, I want to call them properly. They hired a company by the name of Chabani Risk Advisory and Forensic Services. And the explanation I received the update was it was undertaken by NHBRC as a process. So I do believe it's NHBRC that hired Chabani, but the report is on the letterhead of Chabani forensic investigation on the collapse of George Building. I hope I'm helpful, Chair.
Thanks very much, Minister. I take you have also addressed item 2 of the suspension of the CEO, unless if there's something you want to still emphasize on that issue of the suspension of the CEO.
No, I covered it, and I think I covered the question which one of the honorable members, I can't remember who, had raised a difference between the suspension and the special leave. That was all. Thanks, Chair.
Can we agree, honorable members, that the minister has covered the issue of the suspension of the CEO? Then we can move to the third aspect of the report. Minister?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm covered. Thank you, Minister.
Chair, the next aspect was, if I'm correct, Chair, is the NHFC suspension or intention to suspend. Am I right?
NHFC.
Yes.
Allegations.
Yeah, I'm right, Chair. Somehow I missed my diary, but I think I'm right. Chair, here we have an update, and the board concluded on the 28th, or let me call it 31st of March, which is some 4 to 3 days ago. And the process has commenced, Chair, with regard to, I actually think, at the security verification and clearances now for the replacement of the board en route.
Minister, can I interrupt you a bit?
Yes, you can, Chair.
Do you have that report? Is it possible to flight the report as you present? Is it possible? I know you gave us the report.
Yes, I can ask my team. I was operating on the basis of that. Secretariat, who's here, we can be able to flight, I do believe.
Let's try.
Let's try colleagues who could help. Yeah, Kosi is flighting. Thank you for that intervention, Chair. It will also make my life easy as well, instead of paging on the... So, Kosi, if you can just go on slide 5, which is a slide before the one that shows. Thank you, Chair. With your permission, can I continue?
Please continue, Minister.
Yes, thank you. This is the matter, Chair, which relates to the investigation of the CEO. Chair, I think maybe let me premise my discussion with the portfolio on the basis that there's quite a bit of instability, and to say a bit is really trying to understate it. There's a lot of instability in our agencies in relation to either CEO positions, CFOs, or both. And my approach has been to try and create stability so that we can be able to, I'm sorry, that's my alarm ringing. Okay. So that we can be able to provide stability and work on the ideals of what the department is supposed to be. Now, the CEO on slide 5, the CEO made a presentation on the allegations which are cited, Chair, there. Number 1, NFHC appointed next year SABNT to investigate. There was a whistleblower, and the allegation was that the CEO arranged an expensive party or a function. And at the notice of this being made mention to council, then the CEO was threatening staff allegedly on who is the whistleblower and can the whistleblower be identified. And the allegation was that the CEO was drinking a large amount at that party or a function and paid for that with staff money or using our fiscals, so, to pay for the function. And the CEO received a gift from SASPO, and the CEO took some of the SASPO colleagues or people to lunch, and somewhere around the 18th, as next year issued the final report with regard to NFHC. And Chair, I've also looked into the matter. Okay, the second matter is on slide 6, so that I deal with them both, which relate to the building, that the lease of 90 Greyston, there was a difference between interpretation between what AG had found and what NFHC, and the matter was even escalated to National Treasury. And in their response, Treasury agreed with the AG. And subsequently, the report then served at the board level. And the indication I got as the board is concluding was that there were differences in terms of interpretation of what needs to be done about the response of the CEO, who responded that they at the work generally have a day which they dedicate in a month to celebrate a staff member who is marking is a month of birth, and they usually will bring a cake and a champagne for toast, and it happens at the boardroom, and it is never at a function, as you will call it, as it is. And there were no new updates after the report was submitted to the board. It couldn't agree on the way forward. And I took it upon myself to engage the board and also really find as to whether what are the fundamental issues, because if there is no proof of the funds that could have been utilized, and there's submission that these were issues that happens every month at the institution, and the function starts after hours. So it's not time of government and the entity. To me, Chair, to be honest with you, it sounded like there possibly is a story under a story, and that nobody is, because I met the board in its entirety. There really isn't a substantial issue besides the issue of which AG also indicated how the irregularity could be corrected and did not really find it as a material irregularity, the issue of the lease. The issue of the birthday function really of staff, which is consistent, is done for everybody else, and these staff members contribute for themselves. I found it not to be a tangible issue in comparison to the performance of the CEO and the staff with regard to the functions and the tasks confirmed by the AG as well. And I think we're trying to find one another here, Chair. I can leave it there. Chairperson, there isn't much on this. Suffice to say that the CEO is still at work and is performing her functions. And as I've said, the board has concluded on the 31st, we're in the process of the appointing of the new board. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, are there questions, inputs? Honorable Ditebe, Honorable Mpiti, Honorable Kakakilwe, in that order.
Chairperson, am I on the floor? Chair? Hello, Chair?
Yes,
May I proceed? Okay. Yeah, Chair, thank you very much. Thanks to the Minister for the presentation. I think the issue of the lease has been explained, but what I'm concerned about is this one, the allegations that were leveled against the CEO. The question I have, Chairperson, is what is then the recommendation of the board in as much as its term expired, but they would have made a recommendation. What is their recommendation in respect of the allegation of consumption of large quantities of alcohol and whatever, suspected unprofessional and ethical conduct on the part of the CEO? Is there any recommendation upon the investigation that was then conducted, Chairperson? That is my question. And so in effect, does it mean that the CEO has been cleared of allegations relating to the party? Thank you.
Honorable Mpiti.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I would just like to begin with the office space issue. Now, from my reading of the Auditor General's report, it's quite clear, as stated in the slide, that the lease in itself is irregular, but it doesn't only stop there. It further says that it records fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and also speaks about a limitation of scope. Now, according to the AG, the short-term irregular expenditure amounts to 1.5 million rand, and the long-term expenditure is approximately 15 million rand. So can the Minister please inform us what is the value of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, as pointed out by the Auditor General? Further, what is the limitation of scope that is referred to in the Auditor General's report? Because that is fundamentally important in speaking to this particular point on office space. I want to move from there, Chair, to speak about the board in itself. The Minister has already alluded that the board has reached the end of its term. So am I correct to say that as it stands, the NHFC doesn't have a board? If the Minister can just clarify us on that. And I know that she said that there are currently trying to fill that vacancy. But at this stage, who then, is responsible to act in regards to the Treasury approved financial delegations? Who is responsible for that particular aspect? Because I think, it then puts us in contravention of the PFMA as well as the Companies Act, because the NHFC is not an entity that relies on funding from markets. So we need to also be able to understand how exactly that is being handled and who's received those current delegations, noting the fact that the board might not be, the board is no longer in office. So we need to just understand, because if it is true indeed that there is no board, and for example, if they have invoked Section 49 of the PFMA Act to allow for the approving of financial delegations, then it means that the NHFC is indeed operating in a place that is not in line with the PFMA Act. In fact, they are in contravention of that act. So we need to understand exactly where are those delegations currently. And then also, I can put this in a parliamentary question, but I think it would be helpful if we can also just get the full list of investigations in regards to the reports or the NHFC, all the investigations that have taken place. And then on the point of office parties, etc., I remember that particular allegation quite well, and it really referred to the company card of NHFC. And so I would wonder if the minister can take us into confidence in regards to the investigation. What was what did the investigation find in regards to the company card and to the expenses that were incurred in that particular company card? Because that was the allegation that was made in the whistleblower's report. And I don't see any point in the presentation that relates directly to the NHFC credit card that was being abused allegedly by the CEO. So I would like to also understand exactly what was the outcome in regards to that particular point. And then just to clarify whether the minister has indeed invoked Section 49 of the PFMA Act in regards to NHFC. If we can just have clarity in regards to that particular issue. And then lastly, Chair, in regards to recommendations going forward, I see the last point there says there's no further update on the NHFC. What are the recommendations of the investigation report? What exactly is the minister really, what is the way forward in regards to the CEO as it stands? I think that needs to be very clarified, because, reading this, I'm not quite sure what the presentation, to be honest, Chair, what it's exactly saying. I don't really see clear recommendations. I don't really see what exactly is being reported here. Besides the list of things that were within the whistleblower report and essentially the office space. I think there were quite a number of issues that were raised in that particular report that are not pointed out here. And perhaps I'd like to understand why some of those issues are not reflected in this particular report, because I think it's fundamentally important. What also formed part of the whistleblower report was indeed the NHFC credit card. So I think also that must not be passed by. That must be accounted for, because those are taxpayer funds that we need to really understand what happened to those finances. I think it needs to be clear. And at this stage, I'm not quite clear what is the department's response to the AG and Treasury in saying that the office space rental or the lease is irregular. Surely there should be a concrete recommendation on that. What is the department doing once they've received that report? They've noted the AG's findings in terms of the management report. They've noted National Treasury's concurrence in regards to the irregular findings made by the AG. why is the department not acting? And why is the department not holding anyone accountable for that? Because that should not be happening in this entity. And we are very full aware that there is gross corruption in this entity. And I think to simply just say that these are the issues is not up to scratch, is not up to date with what needs to be happening in this entity. So I'd really plead with the minister to please look deeper into the NHFC. I am in the process as well with this matter with the public protector as well. I don't think this report suffices, in my eyes, Chair, as an indication of what is truly going on in the National Housing Finance Corporation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable members, I'm getting a message from Parliament that please show your face. If you have a connectivity problem, you can show your face when you start speaking, and then later withdraw it. But they are insisting that we must show they're insisting that we must show our faces, as I'm starting to do that. So all of us, as we speak, let's show our face, and then we can then withdraw the later stage because of connectivity. But if your connectivity is fine, show your face throughout. I'll start with the next one, which is Honorable. Who's the next? Honorable Karakilwe. All right.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you.
Chair, thank you. And I think I was covered by Honorable Petty on most issues, because what I read, I didn't think it's a report, because it was just a summarization of what the former minister told us about the whistleblower. So we need an investigation report to be finalized with recommendations. And then regarding the purchasing of office space, I think there must be a recommendation from AG with regard to that. And if we can be provided with a direct recommendation from the AG, maybe we will see, and to make the point that it is implemented. And then the issue of the office space is a financial misconduct. I don't know why the board did not take any action against the CEO with regard to that. And then my last question is, the state-owned entity still occupying that spirit office space? That's my last question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gamede.
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, the presentation reveals troubling pattern of non-functional boards, CEO suspension. Yes, Chairperson.
Please show open your camera.
Oh, okay. Can you see me?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Can I go off now?
All right.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Minister, your presentation reveals a troubling pattern of non-functional boards, the suspensions of CEO, investigations, resignations, all that are indicating a potential systemic weakness in the ministry oversight and also in the government framework. This instability undermines the effective functioning of these entities and their ability to deliver on their mandates. My question to you, Minister, given the recurring issues with both functionality and leadership instability across all these entities. What systemic interventions will the Ministry of Human Settlements implement to ensure effective governance, accountability, and sustained leadership within these entities? And how will the ministry monitor the implementation and also impact the impact of these interventions? Minister Chairperson, I would also like to send my recommendation, because I do not want to give my recommendations. I wanted to find that the minister was also going to suggest whatever something, but I will send it to the secretary. For now, let me stop there. Thanks, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Abada.
Can you see me, Chair? Hello?
Yes, you are on the floor.
Can you see me?
Continue.
Okay. My questions are, the thing is, it's gross misconduct, obviously, and it's something that everybody has already alluded to. But my concern is the internal governance and oversight failures within the NHFC, and the accountability. And the thing is, we keep coming back to this accountability. Why is there no accountability? This has happened now. It's been given to Parliament. Parliament's looked at it. Treasury's looked at it. There's no accountability, no disciplinary or corrective action reported. It's coming up. Well, the board expiry is the term expired on the 28th of March 2025. Further weakening oversight and the ability to take action. But again, there's no action being taken. Why? There's no reports as it stands at the moment. There's nothing. So how come? For me, this issue smacks of arrogance and defiance from the NHFC, blatantly ignoring Treasury and the AG while Parliament is kept in the dark. And not only the Parliament's been kept in the dark, so is the Portfolio Committee. So, it's deeply concerning that an institution responsible for affordable housing finance shows disregard for legal procurement processes. So my question here is, what is being done about this? And, coming back to accountability, we hear for accountability and there seems to be no accountability. So I need to know what's happening. And also with regards to forensic reports and that why are we not getting any of that? Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and honorable members, once more, all switching on of the camera. Chair, it's so interesting that most of us are traveling. I'm traveling back from a funeral. I haven't heard where honorable members traveling back from. That's on a lighter note, colleagues. Thank you very much.
I see everybody's traveling.
Yes, we all are traveling, eh?
Friday, no problem. Let's continue.
Yes, Chair. Thank you very much for the indulgence. Chair, I think let me give a rider that the advice given, I think, by Honorable Mbada on looking at the matters holistically and much deeper is what I will take home. As I indicated that the board is wrapping up with the expectation of a report, DG may correct me here, was that they will be submitting their close-up report today. DG should have joined by now, having concluded the meeting that he was in, and DDG, as I indicated, is here. And on the discussion and the advice that the department gave to the ministry was that Section 49 is automatic, and we had already started the process of the replacement of the board, as I had said.
that use it because the department had a panel. It was more about going into the panel and carrying the security clearance and then take it through to the cabinet committee process, right all the way to cabinet for approval. Chair, I also take into cognizance the issue and the importance on what honorable members are raising with regard to functionality and accountability. And maybe the availing of forensic reports. I haven't seen any forensic report which relates into NFHC, but rather was given a brief by the board, and it was in a meeting in a boardroom setup. It was not necessarily in a report setup or in a written setup. Suffice to say, of course, there was a presentation which was mostly about giving me the feel on how the programs and the work is going. Yes, the matter was touched into with regard to the process of the suspension of placing the CEO into precautionary suspension, but the board said it will be brought back into the ministry with an update on what they would have resolved after all the investigations that members have referred to. So in light of that, Chair, that is why I said there was no new update on the matter. Suffice to say that this is the issues that were raised with me as allegations into the CEO. Unfortunately, maybe of course in the boardroom setup, you may not be able to articulate everything that you may want, contrary to when you write a report. But I'm looking forward into the close-up report, which I can share with the Secretariat immediately it is received. And if there is a need for a discussion going forward into matters on how to handle and respond to issues which the concluding board would have left on their report, will do so. But there's one issue I would also want to articulate into, Chair, which relates into the functionality and the interventions. I've sat down in the office of the ministry. The model earlier on was that all boards were reporting to the minister and none were delegated to the deputy minister. As it is, we've looked into a different model. We've delegated to the, that is CSOS and the PPRA, to the full responsibility of the deputy minister, and we both are sharing a responsibility of social housing, that is SHRA, in terms of oversight, because there are some areas where the minister, according to the Act, the minister remains responsible, and it's not necessarily an area that one can be able to delegate. And the DM has already started. I mean, just yesterday she was with PPRA, if I'm not reporting incorrectly on her behalf, but yes, I saw her even on our site, PPRA, and she possibly will be enrolled if she hasn't done both of them to CSOS. Currently, the status quo, Chair, has even improved. I did this presentation at the first request of our meeting, which unfortunately didn't sit because of my unavailability at the time. That we're only left with CSOS, which is not functional. And CSOS is now waiting for this board so that I do one submission. You will recall that the minister, when Minister Kubai, were on the 4th of December, tabulated the replacements into boards. But 3 or 4 of the members of CSOS didn't pass the security and the personal checks and are not recommendable. So the panel that said with regard to selection is also closing on the gaps. With regard to departmental appointments or appointees of departments, we are only awaiting a Department of Land, Rural Development. Otherwise, DTIC, National Treasury and Public Works have already in writing filled the appointees in relation to all the boards and councils. So I think we are en route to stability. And I've been meeting, and DM has been meeting with the boards themselves. And the key emphasis is to try to make sure that we stick to the mandate and speedily resolve the non-functionality of the boards. But we can keep on updating the report chain, of course, as we engage with the portfolio committee. I think I've tried to touch on all the issues. I mean, in relation to the credit card and the report in depth, I hope it will be covered by the handover of the report. But the minister then, Minister Kubai, and right up until the time I took over, had been waiting for an update from the board with regard to the process that they are recommending on the CEO, and nothing has came forth. But we will bring the update report once I have received the closing report from the board. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister. Are we fine on this one? Are there still questions? Honorable Stolle. Honorable Abada, is it a legacy hand or another bite? Okay, Honorable Stolle, followed by Honorable Mpiti.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, I want to greet you and the Minister and DG and Deputy Minister and all members of Parliament and the officials. My Honorable Chairperson, I don't know, because I was out because of I'm on the road. I'm trying to check, Honorable Chairperson, the issue of stubbornness of the officials, because when the AG gave them the report, they actually refused that the report was incorrect. But at the long run, they did agree that the report was accordingly agree with what the AG have been actually submitted to them. Now I'm trying to check if we have so stubborn officials, what system are in place? Because if there is no system in the department that deal with the stubbornness of officials who are doing their things wrongly, how are they going to because they have to be charged? And the other Honorable Chairperson is the issue of money that they receive from the contractors or from. I'm worried because if they receive money, the bribery from officials or other somewhere where they go to those officials, I'm trying to check how much was actually given to the CEO, and if the CEO has been suspended, is he's been suspended with paid or unpaid? If he's suspended with pay, how much are they getting every month until the cases will be closed? Because even the issue of officials who are actually not dealing with the programs of the department, the instability of the program of the department. How are they going to be actually officially announced as a good officials? Are they getting money, or they getting money for the bonus money? Those officials who have done what they did. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mpiti.
Thank you so much, Chair. Sorry, I'm just trying to change the cover of my background. It's political at the moment. Please just give me a second. Okay, there we go. Yeah. All right. So Chair, again, just to to come in. I don't think the Honorable Minister has answered my questions. And my questions were very specific and very clear. The first one is this, is that the AG has stated quite clearly that there was an irregular and fruitless, wasteful expenditure in regards to the office in Sandton for the NHFC. The NHFC then disputed that and went to Treasury. Treasury then concurred and agreed with the Auditor General's report. Now, my question is, two questions. One, what has the department done about that particular outcome from the AG? The minister did not answer that question. Two, I've asked, what was the amount that was found to be fruitless and wasteful expenditure in regards to the lease in Sandton? That was not answered. I then asked in regards to the board. Now, the minister said that the board, that section 49 of the PFMA is automatic. But section 49, subsection 3 is not. It requires concurrence from the National Treasury. So just to understand, as it stands, the financial delegations of the NHFC rest with who, since there is no board at the current moment? That is another point that the minister did not address. I'm also referring to recommendations because we've come a long way with this particular process, with this particular issue and this report. And I think from where we are standing, we are nowhere. We are still where we started at the beginning of this process. So I think, Minister, what I'm trying to communicate is what has been presented is not sufficient with where we come with this particular process. And the DG is well aware where this process is coming from. And that is why I'm asking that, is the NHFC not in contravention of the PFMA as it stands? That is why I'm asking those specific questions, because I'm trying to understand, Minister, to simply say that there are issues, and it's not enough to generalize it to inefficiencies of boards. We're talking about a specific board right now, which is the NHFC, and that is where we are. And we need to discuss that particular point because that's what we are discussing right now. The NHFC and what has been submitted, the report that's been submitted, and as you've said, the investigation that has taken place, what are the recommendations of next year? We have not seen those particular forensic reports, and I agree with my fellow honorable member that we are kept in the dark as this portfolio committee in regards to these issues. And now when we're asking them, we are not getting direct answers as to what is going on. We need to have accountability. It's not enough to say, you know, there was a PowerPoint presentation, there was no actual report. I mean, Minister, you are there now, you need to be able to understand what is going on because there are serious allegations that have been leveled around the CEO. And so with those allegations in hand, what actions has the ministry taken to deal with those allegations? As it stands, there's nothing in my purview. Perhaps I'm not seeing the view as everybody else sees it, but there has been no actions taken against the CEO while this investigations was happening. And the very same CEO now, under the Section 49, is going to take up those competencies where she now has to approve these very reports that entangle her as well. So those are specific things, Minister, that need to be addressed. And I don't think you have fully answered those particular points. And I'd really like to maybe hear you come back to address each point because they are fundamentally important. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Comrade. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Chair, thank you very much. I did indicate that I may request the assistance of the DG here, precisely because I thought we are taking it from where Honorable Mpati said that we need to look deeper into the issue and brought the reports. And I indicated that when I met the board, they indicated the issues and they promised a report which will be conclusive of the entire term including the disciplinary issues, performance, and all that. For example, there was a matter they raised, which they were having a different opinion, APP versus scorecard. I'm just saying there were issues which were raised, which were investigated, looked into, but were not reported to in detail. As I am sitting now, Chair, I have not received the forensic report or even the scorecard performance, whatever report. Those were issues which were raised for me to note that I will receive as they conclude. You will know that, Chair, I mean, when you are meeting people at the beginning of the year and they are exiting at the very same time, almost 6-8 weeks towards the time of the exit. Nobody had said they must not take action, they must not recommend, or they must stop the investigation or whatever. I was just highlighting that what is in my presentation is what was raised by the board and what they've been doing or what they are doing. And since then, there has not been any matter or any report that has been forwarded into the ministry. I went then ahead to brief on the point. But yes, it's correct that yes, it's automatic and a process to National Treasury for concurrence, of which DG can give us more info in terms of the response. But that was the process that was being followed in our agreement at a meeting with the minister and the DG on what needs to happen. With your permission, Chair, I know the responses are not sufficient, but I'm saying to you, contrary to other entities where, for example, I can say at SHRA, I have the outcome of both CCMA and whatever they were submitted to me. I have the request from the board. I have got a difference in my opinion and view, but I have the view of what they are saying in writing. It's very different to NFHIC. With your permission, Chair, I'm not sure if I left anything. Suffice to say that, yes, I agree. We may have to go get those reports. Those are the forensic, get their closing report, get to sit down and have a full discussion on what the issues are and how possibly they could have been. But there's not been an instance where I met them and said, no, don't do this or don't do that, or where they submitted and issues or matters were not attended to. No, it's not like that, Chair. Can I request the DG if he has some addition, particularly the direct information about Section 49 with regard to National Treasury, and maybe as they've been there before me with regard to any other issue, if there are those forensics maybe which were submitted and maybe didn't reach my table, I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. DG.
Thank you very much, Minister, and thanks, Chairperson and members of the committee. My apologies, Chair. Even me, I'm traveling in between meetings, and I'm sorry I'm on the road as well. But nevertheless, let me respond to the matters that have been raised by both Honorable Sithole and Honorable Mpiti. Just quickly with Honorable Sithole, the board had not suspended the CEO. The board had declared its intention to suspend the CEO. They have never really placed on full suspension. And they were involved in a process of seeking her representations as to why she shouldn't be suspended. And as we know it, and as we are aware, the closeout report was supposed to make a determination of what they had decided and what they are handing over to the next board to deal with their own recommendations. Suffice to indicate that even at this stage, Minister would still need to apply her mind on that report and also take into considerations the fundamental principles of natural justice and fair play, and that the principle of be applied in this regard before she can take the matter ahead. Secondly, On the issue of stubbornness of employees raised by Honorable Sithole, I believe that what Honorable Sithole is referencing is insolent behavior as well as what may be considered insubordination. We have not found that there has been any of the employees the board had intended to charge for such behavior. And we are aware that, yes, initially, when the representations were being sought by the AG from the officials at the NHFC, they had agreed with the AG's finding on the strength that was necessary and required. In effect, when they first hinted to the department that they wanted the additional office space, when their contract had lapsed and had ended where they were before they moved into the Sandton offices, our DDG was sent by the department to go see for herself and to satisfy herself that indeed the additional space was required. The condition under which she found the staff there was that they were cramped in a limited office space and that indeed they required the additional office space. However, what the AG found was that the process they followed in acquiring that additional space was what was of concern and what had made this an irregular expenditure. The AG's findings are public records, and their knowledge and AG had found that in the immediate, the costs, what he or she has declared irregular expenditure will be in the amount of 1.5 million of immediate. And this was said on the strength that the additional floor that was taken, not all of it was occupied in full, but the landlord would not sublet half the floor, saying that no subdivisions could be made and so on. And therefore, the expectation was that the entire floor be rented. And the calculations were made therefrom. So indeed, yes, the officials initially disagreed with the AG's finding, and their premise of disagreement was that they need the space. And ultimately, the AG did indicate that the AG is not in dispute that the entity requires the space, but rather it found that the way and the manner in which the space was acquired and was procured, the process itself made the contract in its entirety irregular. So I think that is the context under which we are dealing with. So Honorable Mpiti also raised a matter that says, what did the department do when the findings of the AG were given? There is an already established and recorded practice within the state, and this is codified by the Treasury in a irregular expenditure framework, in how it must be managed. And as you may have seen, where irregular expenditure has been incurred, it adjoins the accounting office to investigate that irregular expenditure, how it has come to it, and where the accounting officer can discipline those that needs to be disciplined should. And in this case, if it also involves an accounting officer, that the accounting authority, in this case being the board, should take precautions. You would see that from our own engagements with the board, the minister had consistently, including in the shareholder compact, adjoined the board in terms of mandate to look into this, the prevention of irregular expenditure, and where it does occur, for the board is adjoined to act and to report to the minister. As we know, the board had initiated a process by which it appointed an external company to do that investigation on its behalf. And it is the board's process, and it will be really untoward on the part of the minister that the minister would, over and above the fact that the board would report to her, indicating the steps it is following, that when that process is on, minister also initiate her own process and jumps the board process, and it will be tantamount to the minister acting ultra vires and also minister overreaching her mandate as well. I think correctly, Minister should observe the process and that the board has an obligation to bring it to its logical conclusion. And when that has happened, correctly, as Minister points out, that she's waiting for that report to be tabled before her. It is only when that report becomes the Minister's report, once the board has tabled before her, that it is in its purview, together with the recommendations of what the board say it seeks to do. For instance, if it is seeking concurrence of the minister to place the CEO on suspension, that it will say so. And then minister will be judged by how she interacts with that report and those recommendations. Like I'm saying, it will be premature at this stage for her to enter the fray whilst still waiting. Perhaps she could be urged that she forces the board to move with speed, but knowing what we know about the processes and how the board's term had lapsed and processes of instituting a new board, I think she should be judged by how quickly she's stepping on this, and I think she has been on the money in terms of facing the deadlines of ensuring that we were able to appoint as speedily as possible and to do so. Indeed, Section 49.2, Section 49, subsection 2, does apply. And that correctly, Minister, she pointed out, it kicks in automatically. And I think 49.2 and 49.3 mustn't be confused, because 49.2 says that, in fact, to give it greater context, this section deals with accounting authorities, and Section 49.1 states that all entities should have accounting authorities. So that's the premise of normality of where everything should be at. And once the law had anticipated that there may be instances where that is not the case, and the law proactively provided for a cushion and a mechanism to make sure that there is no vacuum in terms of accounting responsibilities. And the law then enacted 49.2, and Parliament, in its wisdom, decided that where there is no accounting authority, meaning the board, automatically the person who is the accounting officer, or a CEO in this case, would automatically become the accounting authority of that institution. It is only in a strange and far-fetched case, like we have seen in the case of CSOS and others, where for provisions of 49.3, the law had also anticipated that scenario, where both the board and a CEO are not present. And with no board and CEO, it did not defer the authority to the land function minister to do the appointment. It actually said that National Treasury must actually do the appointment. And in this case, as it related to both the CSOS and earlier on the NHBRC, we followed the provisions of Section 49, subsection 3, approached the Treasury, which indeed went on to appoint accounting authorities and designated persons to act as such. In the case of the NHFC, there's no need for a 49.3, primarily because the provisions of 49.2, that scenario has already been catered for by the law. And that our job, therefore, is to make sure that in the interpretation of this, that there is limitations in terms of the reach and how far this can. In any event, the issue that Honorable Mpiti raises relative to the fact that the CEO would now be in a position to process a report that implicates him or her, I think it can be done, and it will also be very wrong, and we will not accept that, primarily because the provisions of the law and case law are already clear. The maxim and the restriction of Nemo Iudex and Resua Causa, which in short says that no one can be a judge in their own cause, expects, and also the provisions of good governance and the King 4 Code, which binds also the NHFC, would require the CEO to recuse herself whenever matters that have got to do with herself and her own interest, and to avoid conflict of interest. This is already adjoined, both in the regulations as well as in the basis of our common law, and therefore it will not arise. And should it arise, we will deal with it on that basis of illegality. So we do not see that would be the space and place the CEO would play into. And if we were then to move on to the findings of the report, and that we accept this is an extract of that report, and I highlight an overview of what SAB and Nexia had said. Why? Because it's a preliminary report. As we know, we were favored with the preliminary report that was given to the board. And we asked the board to say, conclude your process and report adequately to the minister. But because Parliament had been raising matters relative to this matter, the former minister had taken liberty, even though with a caution. And I remember the caution she prefaced the briefing to the committee to say, this remains preliminary work, is work in progress. However, I wish to take the committee into confidence. And this was the basis on which the briefing was. So the work remains with the board of the NHFC to finalize that and to bring that report to being a final report, and to make sure that the board actually adopt the report, and that the board actually do what it's supposed to do, process that report. And also then, once it is done with it, table it before the minister together with its own recommendations, having duly applied its mind to what its mandate is in terms of the law, in terms of its fiduciary responsibilities, but even in terms of the shareholder compact to the minister. And once that has happened, then the minister can then only then process those findings. Has it taken time? Yes, we accept. And I think as minister say that she would impress on the incoming board to finalize on the matter and to have it brought before her, and for her then to do that. And she has committed that once the report is before her, she will place it with the committee secretariat of immediate. And I think that that's really how far I think we can ventilate on the matter, knowing very well that we have attempted to answer all the questions Honorable Mpiti and Sitole have raised as a follow-up to the minister's initial response. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think we acknowledge that the minister was appointed towards the end of the year last year. She's still trying to grapple with issues and being briefed as a continuous process. But would wish that those things be followed. For example, the George incident, meeting with municipality, the issue of blacklisting. At some stage, we'll then have to, as a committee, meet with NHBRC and their board, and NHFC and their board, led by the minister, so that we go into details when we finalize some of the things. But for now, let's leave it there. The minister is still to get the report and the briefings, but let's insist that the process be taken serious, so that the board can then make sure that they do things with speed. Let's leave it at there. And I think let's move to the next one. Minister.
Chair.
Hello. Comrade Mpiti, do you still want to say something?
Just two things, Chair. One is that Honorable Poole is having a network problem, so he has sent, I think, some points there. He just asked me to let you know so that you are aware. And then just lastly, Chair, it's a comment and it doesn't necessarily require a response, but just to say that since the board has not completed the report, would it not make sense for the ministry to extend the board's term so that they can complete their work? Because if they are no longer in office, what then becomes of that report? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I think the minister will look at that, including the process of appointing a new board. She can look at the time in between and decide whether to extend the life of the previous board or to immediately install the new board. Yes, if there's no accounting authority, accounting officers who assume the responsibility of being accounting authority, they can do this and that, and later we're unable to deal with those issues. The messages from Honorable Poole, I think somewhere he says, Honorable PT covered me, but he has a great concern of the dismal failures regarding this entity's performance and lack of consequence management with no accountability. Maybe it is time that we review, Minister, the functionality of these entities and the value they currently add to the department. So was worried about the amount, but I think the DG gave him the amount of irregular expenditure. I heard the DG saying is about 1.5 million. I think, yeah, those are the issues the minister will note, so that when we come back on these issues again, the board will be there also to assist in answering these things, because these things are coming from, they might be coming from employees, they might be coming from ordinary members of the community worried about how taxpayers' money is being spent. Let's go to the next item, because Honorable Pete said it doesn't need to be answered today, but it's a consideration he gives to the minister. And minister would recommend, I think the two items, CSOS and SHRA, and it's about CEOs. I think you can deal with them simultaneously. Otherwise, we're running out of time.
Thanks, Chair. I'll do that. And these ones are straightforward in a way. Both the CEO and the CFO. Chair, I can indicate that and I'll quickly go into the outcomes really, because the members are familiar with the issues right up to the CCMA, and the report for both the corporate service manager and the CEO from CCMA indicated that firstly, the corporate service manager was reinstated, and sometime last week, if I'm not wrong, or the other week, but just shy of 14 days ago, in fact, I think on the 21st, if I'm not wrong, 21st of March, the report of the CCMA with regard to the CEO also indicated reinstatement with costs. My meeting with the chairperson of the board indicated that they are engaging with the manager corporate and is asking for settlement and leave the institution. And they were going to a board. I still have not yet received their board notice, but the intention was that the board would like to challenge the outcome of the CEO. And that's how far SHRA is. To me, Chair, if it's worth for anything to say, is still a difficulty, of course, from a management and a performance point of view. And I did indicate this even with the board when I met them, that some, of course, are members who were serving before. It was really troubling for me that the board had an opportunity of appointing both the CEO and the issues with regards to performance and the issues that are being raised were a bit problematic, but it is what it is. The outcome has come, and both favoring the corporate service manager and the CEO. The board intends in its Friday meeting. I haven't got the feedback. The meeting was supposed to be Friday. They believe they would want to challenge both the reports, but there was an indication that corporate wants to engage and leave, and I didn't get an indication with the CEO, but the CEO also was reinstated officially by the Commissioner of CCMA. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Are there issues without compromising the legality? Honorable Mpiti.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, Chair, just wanted to maybe, or let me switch on my camera. Okay, there I am. Chair, just on this particular matter relating to SHRA, you know, I noted previously when this particular issue came up at the portfolio committee, the previous then minister, Mr. Kubai, had indicated that at that stage, I think the decision not to renew the contract, I think it was just after the 6 months or 3 months period of, I don't know what it's called, but that period where someone is being evaluated for the job, that they were not renewing based on performance and this is related to the CEO, Mr. Lutuli. So I I think there's a bit of gray areas for me, and at least this question is, you know, before the process of the CCMA, etc. When one looks at the annual report and the quarterly reports post his appointment as CEO, one notes that the performance of SHRA had improved quite tremendously. And, you know, when one then tries to relate the non-renewal of contract with the performance, one sort of becomes confused. But that be as it may, if there's a challenge to the outcome of the CCMA, I suppose, what is the way forward for SHRA in terms of a CEO? And noting that the SCM, there could potentially be a challenge there as well. What would be the outcome, or what is the SHRA thinking about those particular positions and filling them? Yeah, and just maybe, you know, I'm not sure if the minister would know this, but perhaps also the DG can come in. You know, when I had asked this particular question last year about the reasons of non-renewal, we were told that we would receive that information once the CCMA process had concluded. And now that that process has concluded, I think it's also important for us then to get why there was no renewal of the contract. What were the reasons? Because it was never answered initially when it was asked. So just to maybe get that information, Chair, and of course, you know, if SHRA decides to contest, that is their own decision making, and they know why they're doing that. But perhaps to just get an answer as to why we ended up here with these two positions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Gamede, followed by Honorable Abada. Quickly.
I like the one, the quickly part, Chairperson. No, it's fine. Let me be quickly. No, for me, it's just more of a comment or more of a recommendation that maybe the minister, let me. I think we have confirmed now, Chair. Okay. I think the minister should just conduct a comprehensive review of the appointment processes and also the performance management systems and the governance structures of all these entities. Maybe if the ministry could also develop and implement a standardized governance frameworks that includes clear guidelines for all board appointments. They has to be inducted, and also the performance and the evaluation should be conducted in the succession planning. And also, Minister, please establish a robust monitoring and evaluation mechanism to track and the implementation of the framework and its impacts on the stability and performance of these entities. I think if we can work very hard on that one, it's going to assist. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Honorable Abada, quickly.
Chair, I don't know why this is not coming on. Oh, okay. Here we go. Okay, so quickly, for me again, it's just, accountability. And my biggest issue here is litigation. With regards to this now, public funds will be spent on legal fees and settlements again because somebody messed up. And this seems to be an ongoing thing. It's a mess up. We get into litigation, and unnecessary funds are being spent. So my question here is, how is it acceptable that SHRA Council under the oversight terminated a CEO without following basic labor procedures, only to lose at the CCMA and now waste taxpayers' money on litigation and settlements? Why hasn't the council been held accountable for mismanagement and exposing the entity or to legal risk? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Minister, quickly.
Thank you, Chair. Your indulgence, reaching an area where I think it will be tricky for me with regard to coverage. Chair, I think, let me start from the last question of accountability, really. And it will be covered from the very same comment that we will need the board to exercise its measures and control and then hand over to oversight whatever they are suggesting. And it comes into the point that we have been meeting, particularly myself, the new chairpersons, the boards themselves, one in a form of orientation, and two, but also in a form of ensuring that we create stability without overlooking issues of importance of consequence management and accountability. But stability is equally of importance. What the word that Honorable PT is forgetting is the word probation, which was the challenge which we had with regard to the comparison between the probation management period report, the appointment, the suspension, and the report of the CEO goes at length, actually, relating to the very same differences in terms of what is said to have happened, but also the substantial unfairness of the process, which the commissioner felt that the board overlooked when it dealt in particular with the issue of the CEO. Without one trying to be cautious in so that we don't get judged, Chair, in terms of and be termed interfering in what the entities are allowed and protected to look into the issues. One can only
work from, as DG indicated even in the previous matter, work from the submissions and try and guide on what a board would have set and agreed on. And in this instance, the CEO, rather the chair of the board indicated to me that the corporate service manager came forth with an intention, though she has been granted her plea of reinstatement, she no longer wants to entertain a reinstatement. She feels that emotionally the situation has been draining and doesn't want to go into an appeal. Otherwise, the view of the board had been to appeal both of them. As it is, Chair, I do not have in writing. Suffice to say that I'm reporting the update of my meeting because it was official between myself and the chair, and that discussion which raised an issue of the intention of the meeting and the report that the chair has prepared to tabulate into the board to receive the outcomes and to challenge them. But there's a possibility of a discussion of settling with the CSM. So far, we will await the update on how the board finalized on all the matters, and then can only be able to advise accordingly on how far the situation can go with regard to CSM and CEO. I think I'll close it there, Chair. Thank you.
Hello, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. Sorry, hey, this thing of unmuting. I think we are done. We understand. We'll wait for the processes and take it from there. I think this thing of old board, new board is the one that is complicating the issues a bit. Can we go to the last report in summary about the cliff issues? Minister, the Ghiff issues.
Yes, Chair, I get you. It's a simple and straightforward one, Chair. Or it's flighted for ease for me. And I won't go into the history. Honorable members know they've even visited the site. But suffice to say, Chair, that the next slide, which is slide 12, gives us an implementation plan which indicates to us that with all processes followed, we are almost ready to start the relocation process in the next month, which is May. I must indicate, Chair, that one is not undermining the fact that it took long for this community to be assisted and to reach the stage in which we are at. DDG Ngongo and the team, DDG Dumalisile and them, they are looking into, and DDG Zama, into us reviewing the SPLUMA application process. And reviewing it does not mean we have got the powers to change SPLUMA, but in terms of trying to see how best can we, both with the municipalities concerned, have a way of accelerating the SPLUMA application process, because there are delays not only in Ghiff but in all the areas. That's where we are, Chair. We are ready for the MPT decision and the relocation in the next month. Let me stop it there, Chair, not unless there are questions.
Are there questions, honorable members? Honorable Mpiti, Honorable Gamede.
Thanks, Chair. Sorry, mine is not related to this particular item. I don't know if you still want me to go ahead or just put it. It's just a request.
Yes. Continue.
Chair, yeah, just the request one is for the minister to please remember that she did commit to provide the lifestyle audits for the housing inspectors in relation to NHBRC. So it's just a reminder because she did promise to look into it. And then lastly, Chair, is just to say that Honorable Poole, who unfortunately can't connect properly to the meeting, has requested if the department is able to send us the George report, forensic report. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. The lifestyle audit, if you check the program we just approved, we made provision for the minister to come and brief the committee on the issue of lifestyle audit of inspectors. But we take note of your inputs, Honorable Mpiti. Thank you very much. Honorable Gamede.
Okay, let me switch off the video now. Okay, no, Chair. I think what the minister have already alluded to with regards to the relocation project, it's actually particularly concerning the SPLUMA application, and that it also highlights the challenges in intergovernmental, intergovernmental coordination and project management. I'm sorry, I was trying to put pause on what is next to me. And these delays have financial implications and, more importantly, affect the lives of the community members waiting for relocation and improved living conditions. Considering the delays in critical projects like the Chief Community Relocation and the impact of these delays on service delivery and community well-being, what steps will the Ministry of Human Settlements take to improve intergovernmental coordination and also expedite project implementation, and how will your office minister ensure that lessons learned from these delays inform future project planning and execution? Yeah, thanks, Chairperson.
Thanks very much, Honorable Abada.
Thank you, Chair. So I've just got a few comments. And just thank you to the Minister for giving us the update in terms of this project getting underway in the next month. And I just hope that it is going to get, underway in the next month, and that we don't hear any more bureaucratic delays that are going to come up, because it's just it's disgraceful that in 2025 basic human dignity is still being postponed through bureaucratic delays. And the sad thing is that donated land sits unused while people survive on buckets and JoJo tanks. We constantly say, we are human settlements. So, the humanity here, bucket system, I mean, really, the JoJo tanks I can still understand because we're all going that way because of the water issues we're having. But the bucket system, I cannot get my head around that in this day and age. And then the relocation of vulnerable communities should never take 4 years of red tape and reports. And this is another issue that we seem to be constantly having, is that there's always red tape and reports that need to come up. In the meantime, our people are suffering. Their dignity is taken away. Their humanity is taken away from them. And this is just very unfair. So I'm saying government needs to stop treating poor communities like a file on a shelf, please. Really, we need to start taking them seriously and need to start looking at them as people and people with dignity. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ditabe.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm in a public place. I'll try and switch on my video. I hope you can see me. Let me lower my hand in the meantime. Having shown my face, Chair, let me switch off my video now. I hope Parliament is happy with my face. Okay. Chairperson, just to thank the Minister for providing us with this report. Two things, Chairperson. I think credit goes to this portfolio committee on the lot of the Ghiff community, but most certainly to the department, because as and when we do these oversight functions, the department is always dutifully in tow, and they listen very carefully. They are very empathetic, and I most certainly personally find that quite emotionally fulfilling and mutually rewarding, that the legislature and the executive can function so well in improving the lot of our people, enhance their quality of life, as Honorable Abada has already said. And Chairperson, it may not seem like a big thing, but there are very, very few countries where people will be living in squalid conditions as the Ghiff community and elsewhere around the country, and government comes and says, we want to restore your dignity. And it may very well come across as self-praise, but I most certainly think that, it is important that people outside of Parliament, outside of government, should know that things that are raised ever so often by our most active and quite political citizenry, slowly but surely are being attended to, and that where possible, in some instances, these are being expedited. And Chairperson, lastly, I'd like to make the following request, that, in the Western Cape broadly, City of Cape Town and other municipalities, and indeed perhaps in other municipalities elsewhere in the country, you will find that there are private owners of land, and these may not necessarily be deserving candidates of expropriation, but I do know that in instances where government wants to, say, buy a piece of land, I think we all heard when we were in the Free State that the Machabe municipality, I think, bought about 3 to 4 farms. We should try and do something about the situation, in particular in the city of Cape Town, so as to be able to relocate people. I know that land is quite expensive here, as it indeed is in Gauteng, Johannesburg, etc., those metros. But I think it is important that we are deliberate about acquisition of land, so that we can be able, with the different typologies within the value chain of human settlements, to relocate people and once again lend dignity to them. I know that resources are not limitless, but I think it is something that we need to think very carefully about. I'm saying this, Chairperson, in conclusion, because as and when we meet in particular with the political leadership and the administration in the city of Cape Town in particular, there's always this reference to so much land is owned by Public Works Department, South African National Defence Force, this, that, and the other, without really giving us a plan about what exactly is their intention to procure or acquire land that may very well be in private hands. It is important, Chair, that we do not treat this ideologically or in a dogmatic or doctrinaire approach, that, you know, all that is private is sacrosanct. Yes, the Constitution provides for private ownership of property, as indeed is enshrined at Section 25 of our Constitution. But there is also a limitation clause at Section 36. And in
Please round up, Honorable Chair.
Yes, Chair.
Please
And
round up.
read with that particular Section 25, that is, we should understand that something must be done, because it is quite anomalous that from time to time we'll be referred to this person, that person owning private land. Thank you. We need a balance, Chair. That's my point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, your last comments.
Chair, thank you very much. The last comments really were suggestions. Obviously, I noted what Honorable Mpiti raised with regard to the reminders on the two issues, and I noted them as well. Chair, I can just conclude by saying we appreciate the opportunity you had given us as the department to come. There is a very clear strategy on entities that myself, DG, and the ministry overall, and the DDG Ngong had. We actually have got even a tracking mechanism on what do we need to do and how do we need to do it and by when. Of course, we do get stuck a little bit here and there when you are waiting responses and all that. But I think we are on when the foot is on the pedal for us to be able to turn the situation around, and we'll revert back with more update as and when the portfolio deems it. So far, I think, Chair, I can say thank you for the opportunity, and have a great day further to honorable members, everybody. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, honorable members. Just an announcement that don't forget that next week.
Chair.
Hello?
Yes, Chair. I'm sorry. I thought you saw my hand.
Oh, I didn't see it. Yes. Honorable
Oh,
Gamede.
Chairperson. No, I did not only comment on this one. I posed the question on the minister. I think the minister in her closing is only noting the recommendation simply because we have pushed her towards that direction. I actually posed the question, Chairperson.
Okay. Honorable Minister.
Yes.
With regard specifically with?
To the Chief Community Relocation.
Okay. Minister?
Well, Chair, the question I noted, the monitoring and evaluation point, which I covered. I'm not sure if I missed that, Chief, question. From Honorable Gamete, I had noted that the question was more about, do we have the strategy, the monitoring and evaluation and tracking on the entities, which I touched on. If there was a Ghiff community question I missed, the Chair, I can be reminded, and I'll duly respond. My apologies for that.
Okay. Thanks very much.
Yes, Chair.
Yes.
No, my question to the Chief Community Relocation to the Minister was about the well-being. What steps will the Minister take to improve intergovernmental coordination and expedite project implementation? And how will the Minister ensure that lessons learned from these delays inform future project planning and execution? That was my question. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister.
Yeah, I think I touched into that because the issue was very specific that the delays were Spluma related. And I did indicate that we've got 3 DDGs in the department who are working with municipalities not only even beyond this issue with regard to the registration and formalization of settlements, so that we could be able to either move people or put them into temporary transitional units in a registered and a coordinated manner. Even with regard, if you will recall, day before yesterday, whenever I came to the committee in the morning, we indicated that we have started a second SPLUMA process with regard to the release of what are these title deeds and the challenges, because it had to do with the registration of formal settlements prior than being built according to the SPLUMA guidelines. So that work is happening, Chair. We will periodically be giving an update. I think that was possibly indicated in passing. Thank you, Chair. But we have, yes.
Thanks very much. And thanks very much for your time, honorable members, Minister, Deputy Minister, DG, and your delegation. We know it's Friday, but at least you managed to honor the meeting. Just a last announcement that don't forget, honorable members, about the conference next week in Cape Town. Thanks very much. Enjoy the rest of Friday and the weekend. The meeting stand adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks.
Bye,
Thank you,
everybody.
Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.